Oh, I was also gonna go to here. Alright, sorry, I forgot that I have to take care of a few things. I clicked go live, but I'm not really ready. Oh, no, no, no. Brave just crashed. It appears Brave just crashed. Nothing to see here. We'll just switch to this camera. Bada beep beep dee 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 beep 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 dee bop boom. Bada bop bop. RIP music. One second while I load these back up. Okay, cool. That's fine. I think this one I can close. Probably just close this one too. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, I just closed everything down, but I really didn't want to have to do that. Wow, I've got a lot of tabs going. Incredible. Incredible. 1 second, chat. Alright, we'll turn this back on. Where were we? Here we go. Alright. We're back. I don't know if anyone said anything. Hello if you have. Yo, what's up, Indy? Okay, I think I closed out of everything in such a way now that I can show my screen again. Okay. There we go. Rust is going pretty good, actually. I'm having a lot of fun. I did something cool yesterday. Off stream. That I thought was pretty cool. What's up, Quad Stu? Hello. Do. Oh, does it? I can turn it down. Oh. Also don't have my mic over here. There we go. That's probably better. That should be quite a bit better. I can turn the music down a bit more as well if we need. Sweet. So check this out. This out. This was pretty cool. Did I put that in here? I implemented my own trait. What's up, Waylon? I implemented my own trait yesterday. That was pretty cool. I just found out that I can also do this. Type arguments. I haven't done that yet, though. So I need to do this next. It'll clean up some of the code. But I figured out how to do this yesterday, which was cool. So I can send my little messages. What's up, Padre? Hello, Jake. I can send my little messages and I can write them as little structs to do their own things, which is pretty cool. How to pack and unpack them. I wonder if I could even write them. So right now, well, here, I'll show you. I don't use them here. In the daemon. So I'm talking over this local socket, right? And I basically grab the name out of these messages, and then I can match over the different names. Then I can call the code, their function, and then respond. But I'm almost wondering, maybe I should just have this. I should just have this be slightly different, actually. So there's no logic here. It would be kind of cool to put all the logic inside of the commit hash itself, or inside of the remote message itself. So basically these guys are talking in two different processes. You can see this guy is a process sitting here. And if I open this up and I run this file, this is actually going to talk to that other process. This is Lua. Notice I'm calling from Lua land. This is going to run this Rust stuff, and it'll be able to do async shenanigans as well. So I run this, which hopefully works, unless I mess something up. Uh-oh, did I mess something up? Handling hash message. Got an array. Uh-oh. Dang, of course when I wanted to show off something working. Maybe I should just quit this guy and start him up again. We'll give this guy another go. Maybe I changed something. Okay, we'll try running this again. Really? Stuck? Why is this stuck? Get remote file contents. Uh-oh. Chad, I made a mistake. I don't know what I did. What's up, Stafoy? Let's figure that out in a sec. Oh, I haven't gotten to processed yet. Decode. Did I do something wrong in here? Maybe I need to recompile the lib. We'll do this. Let's try this again. Let's see what I messed up. Okay, let's try this. Huh. I don't know what part is broken here. So handling hash message, handling content message. Oh, is it just really slow right now? Oh, I don't have it printing anything. Oh, I'm dumb. I'm pretty dumb, chat. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. I was like, why is it doing literally nothing? Well, probably because I haven't done anything. Let's try that again. Look at that. I just asked Sourcegraph, hey, what's the head commit right now for NeoVim? It said, it gave me the commit. Then I said, hey, could you grab me the remote file contents for that file? Then here's the README. I could just change this just as easily to be something like source nvim autocommand.c. Run this. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So that's pretty sweet. That is pretty sweet. So that's working very well. That's working very well. When I remember to print things out. So what this means, this is the part that I think is really interesting, is we will be able to, since this is going to be some long-running process, this daemon, I can actually do stuff like caching different values. I can run a bunch of things, sort of like, oh, if you do anything related to a repo, I can just pull down the list of all the files that commit. So that if you wanted to do another thing, I can just do that no problem. So it's real sweet to do that. But we got to make one change right now, because one thing I don't like about how I'm serializing and deserializing these right now is I do something like this. Args. This part's fine. But I need something else that says, so what did I want to do? What do I want to say that I'm going to return here? Convolua. Just gets some value. I don't really like that as much. Okay. Okay, so let's check out Daemon. Okay. Also, Convolua sounds like convoluted. Convolua. Convolua. I can see that. I can see that for sure. So what do we do in each of these? Well, one thing I don't like, I should just write this here, right? I should just do something like respond should really just have this inside of it, I think. Like, can't I just do, I feel like instead of respond looking like this, it should take a connection. I think maybe it should do something like this message. Maybe it should just say args here. Maybe I'll just write a new function here. Self con local socket stream args, which is gonna be or array. I don't think I know how to use Sourcegraph. What kind of public repos are available to search? Tons. Tons. Like 2 million? I don't know. A lot. One of my favorite ones is searching nlua, because I know that this happens in NeoVim a bunch. We can just search this. Boom. Is even. We can actually search for what? Just this word though? I don't remember how to do that. Like this. Can do all sorts of crazy stuff. We have a lot of things indexed. Alright, so what do I actually want this to do? I want it to do something like this, right? I'm thinking I want to do something like this. So we can do, maybe I should just call it handle. It definitely needs, it doesn't need self actually. It's gonna get an array, which is just a vec of RPMV values. What's it going to return? Okay. Whoops, result probably. Because I should be able to do let message is self decode array. Hey TJ, I can figure out TurboKitty as your, but I don't know how to turn up the bold style on Groove Buddy. You mean you're using something, you're using Groove Buddy and you want to turn off all the things that are bold? I don't think I understand the question. Or do you want to turn off the bold for everything in your terminal? Sorry, I don't know which one. I don't know which one because the delay. So let res should be something like self process message self respond. We need this guy. Con and mute local socket stream. Con res. Actually, I just want to do this, I think. Okay. What doesn't it? Oh, it doesn't like this whole thing. Okay. Sorry, one sec, chat. Let me just handle on and mute local socket stream. Okay. Actually, handle. This should be handles. I think actually we actually just want to say this. We just want to put this here. It has a default handle, right? And then the process problem is give them another return type of the function. The size values type self cannot be known. I can just put this in a box, maybe. Oops. I will have to figure that part out in a second. Morning. Yeah, this is Rust currently. I don't think I have a flag or a tag to just turn those off, Raphael. You could, I mean, you can override them super easily by just doing like group.new thing to override. Color s dot nil or something like that, I think. So con and mute local socket stream. Res is some back of RPM values. I don't actually know if that's what I want to do. Oh no, it's a message. It's a self. Yeah, no problem. Sweet, early stream, indeed. The classic Rust tweet. The classic Rust tweet. The body dude. I guess maybe I can't do this. So right, this is actually process. Oh no, process should just be self. Yeah, that makes more sense. We can just add this in here right now. Just put this in here as well. See if we can get this to compile. The size for values type self cannot be known at compilation time. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So you can't store it on stack. I'm with you. Can't I put this in a box or something though? Okay. That's not gonna solve the problem. Alright, so the size for type self cannot be known at compile time. Is BeganBot still on? Was BeganBot on? You're asking if he's still alive. Yo, Swastik, you got your account back, buddy? Hey, awesome. You like that one, Fletcher? I felt pretty proud of that one. Any fix? I don't know, man. Yeah, he's just busy with a bunch of stuff. I don't even know what this means. We can try it though. Really? Lets me do that, huh? Thanks, Fletcher. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Hey, Swazig, we're just glad that Twitch realized that, and maybe the whole world doesn't revolve around them. Even if they say they're inclusive, no matter how inclusive they say they are. Weird, huh? It's almost like your actions have to speak louder than your words. You can't just say you're inclusive and expect that to just magically happen or something. I don't know. And I don't mean inclusive in the way they're talking about it, because it's boring. They just ban people who have names different from Western culture. Very cool. Drop the mic moment, I guess. Alrighty. I still don't really know what this thing means. Types with a constant size not a compile time. Ah, I see. Because these guys have constant size? Okay, sure. We are glad to see you back, buddy. By the whole the prefix 7 times. I don't know. I don't really use telescope buffers very much. Okay, so maybe I should be, but I just haven't really. So what I'd like to do, what do we even have right now in respond? Let's just take these guys out. Go up to respond. Go here. Take this. I don't even use self inside here. This is Rust. Help mouse. I don't really use it that often, but when I'm pointing on stream, I like to use it, but whatever. We're building, do I have it here? Actually, Eminem. Whatever. We're working on this project to use Sourcegraph from within Neovim. I work at Sourcegraph. No, it's a La Colombe coffee. Sorry, Outlaw. We're all out of milk today, so we didn't brew our own coffee. Kayleen's going to the store later. I take it back. Acceptable. I will accept your take back. So what I wanted to try and do was, okay, so we get res here. Res right now is a vac of stuff. Because process says that we're gonna get this. What I'd like to go is I'd like to say, what is response? And then I'd like to say that this returns self response. And that this should take self response. Consider creating the search self. Can I do this and say something like, I don't think I can do this, can I? I don't even know what I would do here to write this code. Maybe I can't actually do this. Are we going to see some only devs NFTs? I think it's up to Beacon, honestly. I can make it more clickbait if you want, Quatsu. That's usually how we end up with clickbait titles. People are upset that the stream's title is too simple. They want more. Okay, so how would I do this? Can I do this? Maybe I don't actually want that either. I'm just trying to think. How would I write this? Nice, Tafir. Very cool. No worries. No worries at all. So what I want to say is that the response... This response here. So maybe what we should do instead of something like this, we get this value here. So how does this work? Request says, hey, connect to here. Make these arguments. Writes the value. We wait for a response. Convolua. Just trying to figure out if I can make this type hinting a little bit better. I really like my Dactyl a lot. Oh, in Brazil, yeah, I don't know. Dactyl should be paying TJ. Well, Dactyl's just an open source thing, right? So there's no one to pay me. The guy that I bought it from on Reddit, though, maybe he should be. Yeah, I know. I've referred like 5 people to him. Oh, hey, Outlaw, have a good one. So what do we get here? When we call process, we're saying we're going to get a type that's response. Huh. Because what I want to say is that type response. Can I say RPMV value string? I can't say that though, right? Because that's not a type. Oops. This is an enum. See, I don't get how that works. String ref. Delete passwords. What's up, Recursive? Hey, Aplo. Sorry, one sec. Let me blow my nose. It's weird blowing my nose in front of people. I'm not about to do that. Built a new PC though. That's dope. This should actually, there's a lot of things I need to change here actually. Handle should be async. This should be async. This should say await. Okay. Functions and traits cannot be declared asyncs. Really? Async traits, Rust. 2007. Wait, when I was thinking about, I haven't 100% decided that this is what I'll do, but I think I'll talk about kind of like a retrospective on the LSP, built-in LSP. I think it'd be kind of cool to talk about. It's interesting that I have to use this, right? Preparation. Okay, sure. We'll add that. I'll go add async trait. Where was I doing this again? I think in this one, right? So I can just do this. No, more about, not really about the implementation, more about like what happened. What do I consider like the work that happened successful? What about it do I think was successful or not? Things like that. What? Lifetimes do not match. All right, let's actually get rid of this response for right now first. And just say that this should return a vac of RPMV values as well. Futures can't be set safely because didn't future have a... What? Future cannot be sent between threads safely. Required for the cast to the object type din future output. Okay. I don't know what that means. Lifetime parameters. Ah, that's because I didn't do async here. Okay. Oh, I gotta say async trade again. On every single one of these. Okay. That's fine. I still don't know why this though is happening. Future cannot be set between threads that is required for the cast to the object type did future output. So it's because the return type something goofy or what? Consider further restricting self sync. Ah, okay, sure. Where sync plus sync. Okay, sure. I'll believe ya. I'll believe ya. Because of decode, probably. Probably because of decode. Oh, I can make this a little bigger. Sorry, chat. Oh, and I'm leaking? Chat, you guys gotta tell me. What's going on? Oh my goodness. Making me look like I've never streamed before. Wait, it's still happening? Oh, this way. Whoops. There we go. There we go. Leaked look cool though. Unlikely recursive. What's up, Eru? Alrighty. So we can write this. I can go back to Diamond. We can go, where are we doing something with hash message, right? So what I should be able to just do is I should be able to do this. And then just return. This is already in SG. I should say self. Maybe I should make this a result. I can do this as a result. That seems fine. Probably should make all these results, but whatever. Ah, Still rusting. Yeah. I'm trapped in Neovim. It's just that my background sometimes has transparency. That's all. That's all. It's not that I'm out there, okay? But it just feels like that way. I haven't seen that before, Swastik. You got everything up to date? Newest NeoVim, NVim comp, etc. We'll probably do just a little bit more of this. I didn't even check Slack. Whoops. Did I? And then we're gonna switch to doing some Go stuffs. Do. Alright, we're good. I didn't even look at Slack this morning. I literally just opened up stream to start working on stuff. So we can do the reverse where we make filters. Custom. I want to let me pick this right now. Let's just remove. Oh, there we go. Custom. Select color. Screen color. What's my background color again? A2, C8. We can do this, and then we can push myself back. Kind of like this, maybe. Do. Nothing to see here, just doing some normal coding stuff. I think I need to change something though, because filters, it still should. Oh, there we go. Ah, okay. Here, I need to see. Yeah, that looks good. There we go. That's better. Now my colors aren't all washed out. Oops. Should I put my face right behind it? Or should it be like over here more? Probably over here more. I'll kind of sit in my same place, but just behind the code. Got to turn off cursor line, I think. Alright, yeah, that works for me. Does that work okay for you, chat? Is this our new mode? Oh, and then I probably should do like this, and then like this and this, so it's more immersive. Oh, but when I switched... when I switch to not code, I just disappear. Oh well, whatever. We're only gonna write code today anyways. You got to feel the power of Rust. What happened, Sebel? You also need a weeb background. Oh, we don't need a background. I am the background. I'm in the terminal. I'll change it to programmer in a terminal. Programmer in a terminal. What's up tomorrow? Oh yeah, Sebel? Distributed hash map and Go. Interesting. What command can I use to make TJ appear in my terminal? It's impossible. It's a tier 3 sub perk only. A long time wondering your trail list chart. Is that some advanced Unicode thing? Yeah, you can. I mean, it's just Unicode characters with list chars, though. Yeah, that makes sense, Sebel. I mean, it's like you could write a one that's slower in Rust and faster in Go. You know, it depends a lot on the implementation. Oh, Summerfield. Thanks, buddy. Wow, that's very kind of you. That's very kind of you. It does it as long as your font can display these Unicode characters, then you should be fine. You can just tell if it displays it or not by typing them in. Just like go to a Unicode website, copy the glyphs, and paste them in. They're from Cyclist, but Cyclist is just a wrapper around list chars. I don't know if I've ever had exactly what you're talking about, Rex. Yeah, that'll definitely be expensive over time, Sebel, as well. Alright, so will this work? Handle hash message, right? So handle is decode, await, and respond. Okay. Yeah. I just need to make my font smaller. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you can determine whether you want it to do ... at the end or not, or some other stuff too. I don't know. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And I wrote process for this one now, right? Yeah, I did. So will this work? I don't know what's up with my... I just had this happen this morning, which was weird. Makes it look kind of interesting this way, doesn't it? Cargo run. Oops. Alright, let's hop over to here. I panicked, right? Because I don't have this. Okay. I keep forgetting that. Sweet, so that still works. Very cool. Oh, this is so pretty now. This is so pretty. I'm not familiar with it, Sebel. But it sounds interesting. Yeah. Oh, man. Man, I feel like I look huge on screen. What's going on today? Just a wild day. Okay, well this is very cool because now this just looks like this, right? Can I write a macro to do this, huh? Like, let's just try. Let's just try. Macro rules, try it out. I already forgot how to use this though. Why doesn't that search for that? Thought I made one. Where else did I made one? I deleted it? Oh, I deleted it. I forgot the syntax already. So this should be tip as an identifier. What are we gonna return? We're gonna say tip. Oops. Tip name. Tip handle. And mute con array. Con ident r ident. Can I write this? I don't know. Let's find out. Try it out. Hash message. Con. That doesn't work. I didn't know if I could do this. I can't do this. Can I not do this? I was hoping this would just literally just drop it in, you know? Do I have any rustations? I don't think people hate it. They just think it's like, it's just not their style. I don't think people hate it. I was really hoping I could do this. Can I not use a macro to match and use a macro in matches Rust? I don't think people are angry. They're just like, I'm not gonna use a project that does that, right? Yeah, comp is really good, it seems. So can I not make learning to match the body of a statement with a macro? If you want to repeat a pattern, you start grouping like this. Oh, can I do something like that? I don't actually know how to do that. Oh, this could be kind of cool though. Bro says macros. Yeah, that's pretty impressive macros. What I understand. I'm just a scrub at it, you know. Maybe we should actually try and write it out in a different way. What if we did this? This would be kind of cool. Match messages. We should be able to do something like this, right? What are we going to generate? We're going to do a match command. Now we can do this. Connection array. How do I do this again? Oh, that's cool. I do it like this. What does it expect? Did I not close everything? I didn't close it. Okay. Duplicate match or binding. Obj. We could just write it without this right now. Let's just write it without this right now. Match or this. Oh, I said tip twice. Yep, we don't want that. I'm gonna say command. Okay, we'll see if this works. Oh, I haven't seen it either. That's awesome though, yeah. Yeah, he's doing lots of cool stuff. So let's try this. Match messages. Command con R. And then can I say hash message? I don't think that works, does it? What are my if it's in VS Code, it probably is possible, yeah. Because VS Code's using LSPs. Oh, looks cool. Oh, Oh, a lot of people are talking about it. Yeah, that looks really interesting. It's probably a custom extension, so you'd have to see what LSP they're using. And then see if it's, yeah. You just have to see if it is possible. Where's all the names of the different kinds of things that I can match? I want to say that this... I don't actually want to... Command? Con? Because I actually want this type is the thing. I don't know if it'll let me do that though. Maybe we should just try not repeating it first and see if we can get that to work. Can I find function? Oh, duh. There we go. Oh, okay. This is actually working? Yeah, Tafir. Yeah, I mean, Klangdy probably has it then, the ability to do it. What's up, the liver? The liver? Alright, so now I want to do something like this. And I'd like to do this. Okay, so now, doesn't matter if I change this to ident, will it be mad? Okay, cool. I do this. Or is it that I actually want to say... Because I forgot, there's some way you can do this, right? Nope, not that. How can I specify... Okay, so they've got this here. Okay. Oh. Oh, man. Does this actually work? Chat, am I a macro genius? Chat, am I a macro genius? I might be a macro genius. Look, this is so obvious what's happening, right? Doesn't this look cool, though? I think actually I want to put, though, con r command. I think I want it to look like this. This will say, like, yo, dog, you can't do that. You can't do that. Dang. That is pretty cool. Is that not? Chat, you guys gotta admit that's pretty cool, right? So, should I explain what's going on here? I literally just started figuring out macros not that long, so maybe someone knows. So I don't know. Why don't I have my tree setter thing? Do I not have it enabled for... Oh, shoot. I moved this past here. Oh, that's why that doesn't exist here. Let's try this out. I don't know. Not a space meta P. What? Why isn't it there though? Swap objects. I don't think it works inside of macros though. Yeah, so I don't know how to make it work inside macros. Sebel. So you'd have to see what they're actually sending over the LSP to see such a thing. You could go check their release and see if you can find out inline macro action. They don't have a PR? What the heck? Where's the PR? Is this not open? Oh, I don't know. That's pretty weird. Hey, catch you later, Podre. Yeah. I think I could maybe... Oops. So potentially I could try and get this to work by adding this pattern here. Because this is what? Parameter here. So can I do something like this at... I don't actually even know. I'd have to think about this. But this might work. Yeah, that's pretty weird. I'd just ask. You could ask in that thing to see. Does it work for when I do parameters? Like, this doesn't even work right now for Rust at all. Oh, but oh shoot. Okay, so let me take this out. Let's try editing this again. Okay, so it works for that. I thought... Can I not do... I thought I'd be able to just write like an OR statement basically here. Let's say I just change this to be token binding pattern. Token binding pattern. And then we reopen this. Whoops. We go back to here. I'm kind of interested to see if it's possible for me to do this. Huh. What's up, Jersey? I thought if I did that... Token binding pattern. Yeah, they're the same. Oh, you know what I could do? You know what I could do instead? Is I could add this as another match. If I go to... Tree sitter, rust. I'm probably looking for parameter dot inner. Is it here? I actually don't even know where parameter dot. Maybe this is where I'm looking for that. Parameter. I'm almost surprised that this even right, so that's what I was. Oh, right. You're probably right. You are probably right. But I think probably the better way to do this in an hour, you can have for years. Learn Rust by watching TJ. Yikes, Alex. I am sorry. I'm so sorry. So I think I could try and do something like, so like, does this have any token? This doesn't have any token. This doesn't have any token. This does have token. Macro definition. This is an injection. Left token tree pattern right. Okay, so that's fine. So that's okay. So none of these parameter dot inner. Okay, interesting. Parameter. I can't type parameter, did I? I don't remember which one. So this is for conditional. Like, I think this is all from highlights, right? Conditional. Okay. So I should be able. To go into my stuff, go to here. I don't think I really want to do this anymore. I had some stuff that I was messing around with. Let's just comment out everything here. Let's go ahead and do token binding pattern at parameter. Right? So I'm wondering if by doing this, I probably need to restart because I think I just changed too much stuff. What was even the file that we were working on? No, we were working in daemon. Not that daemon, this daemon. Parameter, function.macro. Okay, so maybe I need to change that to parameter.inner. So it matches parameter inner. What is my... Jersey classic. So I thought by doing this swap objects, maybe we should just go look at the swap objects code. Tree sitter swap. What query does it actually look for? Text object at point. Get buff lang, unpack, match. Text objects. Oh, right. This is from a different thing. So I can go over to here. I can go over to Rust. I can go to text objects. Aha! Okay. So I think I know what to do. Let's comment this out. We'll go here. We'll make a new, is it just text objects.scm. And what I should be able to do, parameter.inner. Because there's no token here. So I should be able to do token binding pattern. Okay. At parameter.inner. Oh. Oh. There we go. We solved it. Couldn't remember where that one was coming from. Boom. I don't even remember. Sebel, you were the one who were saying we should fix it, right? We fixed it. So now it works for these. Bop, 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 bop. As well as, I don't even have any functions in here that have multiple arguments. Ah, here we go. Oh, you know what? This should probably be able to be moved too, yeah. What's this one? Tuple expression identifier. Tuple expression identifier. Switch to Brave browser into dark mode. Does that make elite or leet? Actually, leet. Spelled correctly, Jersey. Oh, that's not what we're doing. Sorry. Commands, edit. Project working on SG engine. Dang, SG. Okay. All right, so cool. So we just did it. That's sweet. I will have to. Okay. Okay, that's good. That's now I remember how to actually do that too, which is quite nice. Tracer queries unlocks a whole new world. Oh, right. We can also even do this now. So we can say this. I can actually add here, print line, handling, tip, name, complete. I could change this to logging later. Do make this logging. Whoops. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. That's pretty sweet. So now we just have this every single time. Oh, that is so cool. I should probably change this to panic. Unknown command. Okay. Ah, right. Man, I really, really like writing macros. Maybe it's bad. Like, maybe it's bad habit. I don't know. Maybe I'll be like so sad that I wrote macros later. But I just love how pretty this looks. You know? Like, oh, do you just put the kinds of messages you want it to handle right here? Beep, boom, bop, bada bop bop, pow. And I like that I can add these cute little brackets here, even though the brackets don't do anything. The brackets don't really do anything here. I could just remove them and it would be the same thing. It's not that it's actually a list. It just makes it look like a list. Called I go to a Baptist church, so Baptist, I think, would be the denomination. But we're like a smaller like independent Baptist church, so it's kind of confusing. I don't know. It's like more Reformed tradition as well. Did not even get an array. That's really bad. Oh, sweet. Very cool. Yes. Yeah, it's Protestant. Yeah. And we'll do the simple one where I take one to capture it. But other than that, But simple, that's just how you learn though, right? That's how I started learning tree sitter queries too. Also, are you doing stuff in TS Playground? Because that's a really, really good way to learn. If you're not doing stuff in TS Playground, then I super recommend that. Jersey, to be fair, not everyone knows, right? I mean, that's why they asked. Do you have an idea? Try it out there. Okay, good. Yeah, that's good. Try also composing queries, sometimes just like to try it out. The Rust Church. Connie, I'm considering converting. I mean, I've been doing Rust now for almost 2 whole weeks. I mean, it's kind of like, what else would I do? You know, besides be a full-time Rustation? It seems only right, you know? It seems only right. I've been doing Rust for 2 whole weeks, chat. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, I haven't completed... At least let me finish reading the Rust Bible first, chat, okay? I'm only like halfway through the Rust Bible. I mean, I should at least read the whole book, right, before I make a decision. Oh, man. Yeah, I'd say I'm curious about it. I'd like to hear more, sure. I already have the Rustations coming to my door and saying, have you heard about our Lord and Savior safety? You know, it's like, they're telling me every day. I'm like, it's a little hard for me to turn them away. I mean, they're at the door. You gotta let them in. They're just in crab suits. What are you gonna do? Turn away a dude in a crab suit? No, you're gonna let him into your house. That's obvious. That's obvious. Is that about Ghost and Pussy being a lie? I haven't seen the article. Will you send it to me? I do think I'd probably still prefer writing Go with a larger team. Syntax error on line 1. Okay, we should probably make sure that this still works, I guess, right? A nil value. What was the problem here? Let's try this again. Panic. Oh, I didn't write this code yet. I didn't write this code yet. To do, right here. Imagine that. Imagine that. Get remote file contents, self.remote, self.hash, self.path.await. Oh, dang, okay. Shoot. There we go. I need this, right? There we go. Zip. I do contents dot like process. Whatever. Oh, we don't actually need this. We just need to return this. Whoops. Nightshade. I'm a Rustiest, no Rust Bible. I want off Mr. Golang's wild ride. Okay, I'll bite. Here, we gotta switch me back here. And then we can do this. And then we can do this. We can do this. What's up, Betsy? Yeah, exactly, recursive. Like, if they show up at your door in crab suit, you at least let them in and give them a cookie or something, you know what I mean? That's just courtesy. What? Melting Frost, we are working on a project called SG NVim, which allows you to use Sourcegraph inside of NeoVim. You know what I should do is I should probably duplicate this. Nano keep loading. And here. And then, but I'll switch this back right now. Okay. I'll just read this article a little bit. How long's the article? It's pretty long. We'll see what it has to say though. Yeah, it is pretty long. I'll just read the first little bit here. I'm not gonna read the whole thing on stream. I'm just interested to see. Oh, that's funny. I feel this though. Yeah, there's definitely some stuff going on there. Yeah, this is true. There are some things that are very difficult to model with it. That's all right. Yeah, these are pretty good points. This is true. It is a miracle anything works at all. So the complexity is swept under the rug, hidden from you but not solved. Here's a simple example. Cool Bear's hot tip. Goes on for a while, but don't let this... Most of Go's APIs are designed for Unix-like operating systems. Plan 9. Okay, yeah. Or he's just saying because they're Unixy people. Yep. Yep, I know some of these. That's fine. On Windows, files run in modes. It doesn't have stat, lstat, fstat calls. It has a find first file, family functions. As you run the program on Windows. It makes up a mode. This sounds classic. Like this is this sounds very Go like, yeah. What's up, Redrargolinda? What's up, CKN as well? Could you solve the closures from yesterday in Rust? I didn't solve it. We ended up doing some other stuff with it. But I did some really cool things. I'll talk about them in a second. I'm just reading this article and then we'll get back to it. You can change the modes of files to make them read-only or flip to execute a little bit. Uh-oh. Do. Rust. Typical Rustation. Maybe we should do a reaction to this. This is a funny article. I think this is a good article. Yep. This is one thing that I find really annoying with Go. Is the null pointer shenanigans here. Nix. This seems like a classic Unix thing. Like, what is this? What are these shenanigans here? I love that this is like a thing. What is this? Oh man, could you solve the meaning of life issue from today? In Rust? In Rust we can, yes. The meaning of life is Rust, Jersey. That's only because Rust strings are valued at 88. Rust paths are arbitrary byte sequences. Yeah, okay. Silently print a wrong version of the path. Yep, I do. This is a thing. This is a thing. If I was gonna do cross-platform file system shenanigans things and whatnot, I don't know if I would pick Go necessarily. Yep, okay. Yeah. Alright, so I get this. He's annoyed about this part. Okay, there's a lot of stuff here with paths. I'm gonna skip this and read this probably off stream. Alright, that part's fine. Alright, so he's still mad about permissions. That's fine. I understand. Okay, he's still mad about permissions. Is he going to talk about anything besides permissions in the article or no? So then he's not happy with what the imports. So dependency stuff. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of some of the dependency stuff for Go as well. I'll read this later. Yeah. Cross-platform file system, anything? Yeah, I just passed, right? I'd say actually this only works not cross-platform. Yeah, that also, so it does feel, I don't know. There are some things about Go that I wish they did differently. I'm not gonna say that I don't agree with that part. But oh, whoops, I switched the names of these. We can do this. Put me in the background again. Rename this to normal. Rename. Loading. Okay. Where should one go to find your thoughts? Well, once me and Began finally release Lunch Bites as an actual podcast that you can download and listen to, then you'll be able to do that. But Began slack and classic. So the thing is though, Go, it is true there are some kind of weird things about Go, obviously. That seems kind of obvious. This song is Cold Ground by Direct and Matt Van. But Go still feels really simple to write. It still feels fast to do a ton of things on it. Sure, maybe not like cross-platform file stuff, but I don't have to write that for my work. I don't know. We don't do that part in Go. Like working on a team is, I think, like quite easy in Go. Especially if you add a few other tools, like some linters and stuff like that. Which creates quite an enjoyable experience, and I think pretty high velocity and not too many dumb bugs. It is true that sometimes some things in Go create dumb bugs for you. That's for sure, and it happens to us. Can't deny that. And sometimes you wish you had more things that you could do with types. But then it's also kind of like, but also it's kind of nice that you can't do anything sometimes because I have to work on and touch some other code that someone else like wrote. And if they just got to make whatever crazy types they wanted and started doing a bunch of shenanigans with like macros, and they were just, hey, wouldn't it be cool if I just made a random macro that does this instead of just writing 20 lines of code? That's me, by the way. That's me. Because I would definitely be like, oh, I could write this in a macro and save 3 lines. Oh, I could change this to types. And then suddenly someone comes in and reads your code 6 months later. You can't fix it. You don't know what to do. You have to rewrite it. Blah, blah, blah. That part is hard working on a team. If you don't work on a team with, if you don't work on an engineering team with, 50 plus devs, which 50 is not very many, right? Then that seems hard to do. And also there's some things where you want more flexibility maybe than what Rust is able to give you. Like you want things to not be as safe because things are going to change. Yeah, generics are coming to Go. It's not only about single Go. It becomes more interesting to Go, protobufs, Bazel, TypeScript, Kubernetes. Yeah, I mean, we have like a bunch of stuff that talks to our Go backend and whatnot, and yeah. I'm just saying the article, which I agree with probably a lot of it, it also feels maybe it misses some of the points of where Go's simplicity lies. Like, it is true. It is not a simple cross-platform file writer manager thing. Okay, that's true. But also, like, if you were writing it in Rust and you could just as well, and for some of these, write unwrap and just unwrap and then panic. And I mean, it's better because the program crashes, but it's not like it works. Yeah, right. So I'm just saying there's a lot more going on than just cross-platform file things or something like that. I like Go. And in fact, we're going to write Go shortly because I got to get some other stuff done for work. Sorry, Rustation's in the chat. Right. Yeah, Amber. I think you've got a solid point there. I'm leaking? Am I? Oh, did I? Oh, up in the... Oh, right here. It's, that's okay. It's the light coming in. It's very bright out today. We'll just leave it. It'll just confuse everybody what's going on in my code. Yeah, and for those 5% of project, I think don't do it in Go. You know what I mean, Amber, right? Like, just do it in something else. I think that's a fair thing to say. You know, not every language has to be the best at every single thing. And Go's simplicity isn't going to be simple for everything. What is that list char that you have right here? What? Okay. All right, I don't even know what else I want to do. Oh, right. So I just implemented this, right? Oh, I didn't implement it. We got so distracted, I forgot what we were doing. This doesn't actually work. Okay, now it should, I think. Let's try this. Let's run this. Beautiful. Oh, chat, this is so sweet, though. All right. Right, I just think that's it is true of all languages. I think it's a good thing to be thinking about. Okay. I'm still not 100% happy with this. So for example, we send a vec over the line, but I don't actually want it to be that. I'll have to think about how to do this later. Except JavaScript. Literally everything. Everything should be written in JavaScript. If you can't, then you just need to make a new framework that makes it possible to write JavaScript there. That's the simple truth. That's the simple truth, chat. Wait, can I just have it do, whoops. Can I do .context or something like that? Cool. Easiest solution, yep. Xanus, what up? Hey Xanus, can you tell BeaconBot that you'd really like to listen to Lunch Bites via Spotify and or your favorite podcast app? Okay, so let's spend maybe 10 minutes. I could getting Beacon to do anything. I know, that's why I need multiple people. I need multiple people to ask Beacon. I've been asking him nicely because he's my friend and I know that he's got a lot of stuff going on and he's like Scrooge McDucking with NFTs right now. But like, Beacon, can we upload those? Artmat, I need you to tell him. Oh, vegan. Vegan, 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 vegan. Alright. I want to rewrite this a little. How do I want to rewrite this? Well, one is... we don't need to write this. We can write this. We can write this. Context. Okay, so I can get rid of the other respond that I have, right? Those are just exactly the same. I don't even think I need this to have respond. Can I just do... cool. Decode should probably return an option. Or a result, I mean. It's gonna be mad. That's fine. Where's cell? Sized. This should do this, I think. Okay, so that's fine. So we're just waiting the vegan top, indeed. Then we give an NFT for submitting Spotify. Oh, Xanu, smart. I heard there's this really crazy NFT that's coming out that they're gonna give to anyone who's already on Spotify's thing. The inverted order of identifier name, type name in causes me wait, exact. What are you talking about, Summerfield? What is NFT? It's a crypto thing built on top of Ethereum. JPEGs that cost a lot of money, basically. That's the short answer is JPEGs that cost a lot of money. Alright, so you gotta implement these. Nice shade. Okay, so you also gotta write this one. Can I say... how can I put on a trait? How can I say that I want this whole thing? Can I do this? Oh, nice. So then I can just remove this, right? Whoops. Oh, sync. I can just remove that now, right? Ah, nice. Okay. That looks so much better. How can I access marks in NVim? Well, what do you mean access? Not JPEGs, links to JPEGs. True, that's a good point, Gustavo. Inside Lua. Marks. Built in Mar. What do you want to get about them? I don't know what you want to. What do you want to get? So I think the way right now, I don't think we have a better way to do this. In Telescope, we literally just get the marks by doing this. We split the lines, and then we can turn them. thereby splitting the line on basically spaces. I think you probably want to do something. You could do something like that, or you could write a PR to NeoVim for NVim get marks, which doesn't exist right now, but would be cool if it did. How does someone manage your reusable software in a different pot? Yeah, you could. Okay. I would just put them in one shared repo somewhere and put them in like my local bin. I don't know. Oh my goodness, what is going on? It's like I've never even streamed before. Oh my goodness. I just set the zoom to higher. Did that make it worse or better? Okay. You can make it a function to show my current marks in the file. Yeah, so there's no currently exposed function. You'd have to split the output of marks like this. Or could send a PR to NeoVim, and I'm sure it would get merged. Conflua. How do I write this other places? Yeah, that probably has to be a function there. Thorium. Hey, dang, thanks for the sub. 3 months of subbing. Very cool. Very cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate all the subs. Oh, we may be getting some new emotes. We'll see. I'm talking to someone right now about working on getting a few new emotes. In addition, don't worry, TGDV Doggo Smile is not going anywhere. That's not going anywhere. And of course, I think Nyx is the only tier 3 subber. TGDVW, the most cursed of emotes. That's staying. That's staying, and it's staying tier 3. No, we're definitely not talking to Began about it. That would be a mistake. Oh, man. This can just take any value, right? So why do I have to convert this to a vec of stuff? Process says that it's going to return a vec. But I think I should just return one value. I think it's dumb to return a vector of them. So let's change that. I think I can just do this. And some places will be angry. Because I can just do this. Yep. Don't need a vector of those. It can just be an array if we wanted to. And respond can just take this. I don't think we even need to do that, right? Can't I just do this? Array. Decode. No, we just always know that the code is actually an array. Most cursed? Okay, they can be equally cursed, right? Don't we all agree Prime's handsomer than I am, though? Or but does that make it more or less cursed? I guess that's kind of a hard thing to know. Does it just let me do this? I feel like this should be an error, right? Cannot infer type parameter B. Alright, so this is also not that anymore. Will it just let me index this? Is there something that you can... As array. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. So this will just automatically act like it's an array. But I should be able to do something like this. If let value array args equals args else air. I don't know what to put inside here though. Result self. Hello? Oh yeah, anyhow, how did I do this before? Did not pass an array. Sweet, okay, cool. That makes sense. So what is args type now? Vac values. Okay. Beat is in the eye of the beholder. So RPMV value can be an array, Ckane. It can be many different things. This is actually the encoding of message pack across the wire. So it can be a nil, boolean, integer, floats, strings, binary, arrays, maps, or some extension. But I know in this case I'm passing arrays back and forth. So but I can do this so that I'll be safe. I can write it that way, which is pretty cool. I think I would also like to write it that way here. Okay. You like normal energy levels or beats? I don't know how to take that, honestly. I don't know what you're saying. Alright, so now we need to figure out how to do this. So we need to make... Can I do that? That's not a thing, right? I think I'll just write it like this. Let packed, which is going to be some vec of RPMPV value. Oops. RPMV value array packed. Okay, so that makes sense. So we've got an array of a vector of strings. We got an array of strings. What we need to do is we need to turn those strings into abstract values. Can I not? Can I just go like this? Is it okay with that? I don't suppose there's some way to just say like, to just convert those, right? Okay, that's fine. Whoops, this should be packed. Okay, that works for me. Does this still actually run? Okay, cool. Expected enum value found struct vec value. Oh, can't I say, can I do that? Okay, that seems fine. Am I the only one coding teach fine? Oh, nice. Swastik. Way to work, you know? We're just chilling all together, listening to some tunes, hanging out. I love it. Oh, I think I forgot to build everything. That makes sense. Got an array, hash, neovim, head. Okay. Okay, so we didn't get not commit, then return end. Okay, so we didn't get a commit. All right, why would that be? What does this end up returning? Is this still compile? Okay, let's try that. Let's see what we get as our result. Maybe I should do this as part of this here. How do you not get burnt out working at Eschi and doing all the NeoVim Twitch? Well, today, for example, we're actually doing Sourcegraph work. So that's part one. I work 4/10s at work, so I work Monday through Thursday, and then I don't work at all for Sourcegraph on Friday, which makes it a lot easier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have time. It'd be way too hard, as you're suggesting. So we got nothing? Why did we get nothing? So hash message, git commit hash. So in some of these cases, we're just returning Lua nil, which is probably a bad plan. Well, they are paying me for working on this right now. This is work because I'm working on sourcecraft.envim. Lord Roast Beef 2-month streak. Hey, dang, thanks, buddy. So like I am getting paid for this currently, like right now. Oh, it's super nice. Well, I mean, they do pay for me to work on Fridays in a sense, right? They pay my salary. That gives me the freedom and flexibility to do that. I mean, for me, like working 10s isn't so bad. Well, like first off, just recognizing how ridiculously blessed I am to be working at a job that like I sit at a computer and do something I love and solve fun problems and work with nice people. Even if I was working 10 hours a day, 5 days a week, I still think it's ridiculously good deal for me, just considering the vast history of humanity. Like if you consider what people have been had to do for all of time up until now. So I already feel super happy about that. Like I don't have to commute and stuff anyways. So when I work 10s, it's like I go downstairs at 8 and I'm done at 6. My dad works like a lot longer than that. And he works, you know, Monday through Friday. So I think it's not so hard for me to do it. I like working from home a lot. If I had a really, really, really short commute to an office, I would consider going in sometimes, but I really like working from home. Yep. Roast Beef is definitely right about that. Being able to say no, set your right boundaries, stuff like that. So, yeah. So the fact I don't know. I feel very blessed about my current situation. Very happy. How do I make a new string? Oh, right, I gotta say, sweet. Is working 50 plus hours as an engineer considered normal in the US? I don't really think so. I don't work for my job 50 plus hours. I don't know if that wasn't obvious. I work 40 hours, like exactly, at my job and pretty much never worked more than that. I mean, I do other stuff, but that's my choice. I was just saying, like, even working 50 hours as an engineer, it's still, like, in my mind, I, like, would be living a very, like, blessed life compared to, like, the trying to own a farm in the 1800s or something like that. Polar, hey, thanks for the sub, Polar. Good to see you. You taking a break from maintaining all of Prime's projects to come hang out? RPMV is a bridge something Lua and Rust. CK, RPMV is actually message pack. Rust message pack, and RPMV is values for it. So I can write those across the wire and pack and unpack them. I didn't have to write my own serialization format. Keep in mind, all of these opinions are mine and do not necessarily reflect my employer. Basically 45 here. I'm retired from prime maintaining. Good for you. Good for you, buddy. Failed to read value. Failed to read value. Interesting. Oh, right. This. This doesn't work anymore. So I should actually do it like this, right? I changed the way that this works. Does this work? This returns value and an error. Expected VEC. Ah, okay, so this actually should just be RPMV value. Oh, sweet. So this is where I could write this as... There should just be a string. It should just be like this. Yeah, that's not bad, Lord Roast Beef. That is not bad. Yeah, Tafir, whether, you know, you're productive for all those hours every week, that's a completely separate question, right? I think, you know, you should consider, like, that's a completely separate question about, compared to, like, do I think it's the worst thing in the world to work, like, more than 40 hours, right? I don't happen to work more than 40 hours for my company, and at various times I have worked more than 40 hours for other companies. But I'm just saying, you know, like, I don't know. I'm not on the same train maybe that a lot of other people are on. That's all. I'm productive 50 hours a year. I consider that a success. Nice, Kev. Nice. Yeah, and also I think, like, so right there's, it's a completely separate question about being, like, successful as a company and, like, a bunch of other things versus whether I consider it, like, a good deal for me. You know what I mean? Currently, I feel I get to work for a company where we line up in a lot of our goals, which is nice. And so when I'm, like, happy, I think I'm actually giving a lot, like, driving a lot of value at the company. But it's, like, not guaranteed to be that way. And it could be that your company requires you to be there 9 to 5 or, like, 8 till 6, Monday through Friday. But they pay you the right amount of money that you feel like that's a good trade. And then, like, cool. Now, maybe they shouldn't do 8 to 6 because they're actually just burning you out, making you want to switch jobs, and they should do something else because that's not as productive as you want. I have lots of opinions about how to make devs more or less productive. Plenty of opinions about how to make devs less productive. But those aren't exactly the same question. Sig, are you into custom keyboards? In a way, kind of. I have a Dactyl. I don't know if I'm really into custom keyboards. I had someone else build this keyboard. They don't care what time you work as long as you deliver the day promised. Yeah, which is also, like, how I prefer to work as well. Which is how I get to, like, do streaming and stuff. Right? I don't know if this is actually going to compile. I didn't think so. All right, we've got some other ones here. If let I saw you configuring that keyboard's firmware. I think you're into custom keyboards. Yeah, I mean, but so Tafir. So here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, right? So yes, it's true. Compared to the average person, I'm into ridiculously crazy keyboards. My keyboard isn't even flat, and it's broken in half, and there's like 25 buttons for my thumbs. That's true. That's true. But simultaneously, have you seen some people who are into custom keyboards? I only own the one keyboard I use. I didn't build it, and I don't know the words that people use when they talk about keyboards. So I'm just saying, you know, when someone asks you, oh, hey, are you into custom keyboards? If I say yes, and then they're really a keyboard person, I'm going to look like a poser. I don't want to look like a poser on stream. You know, like, it's true I've got a Dactyl, but I didn't build it. I bought it from someone. That's like the cardinal sin of custom keyboard people, you know? Caldmaster, I use JetBrains Mono. No, Chris, I'm just trolling though. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. I don't really care what people think about it. I'm just saying, if we're keyboard YouTubers with their infinite amount of keyboards, exactly. So it just depends who's asking though. It depends who's asking what they mean by into keyboards, right? Like I am into this keyboard and I did some research on it and why I picked this keyboard, but I am not into keyboards as a hobby, right? So those are kind of two different categories. Not like this. I like Rust so far. Yes, right, Sandwich, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying, right? It's like, I don't join the keyboard enthusiast chat room or anything like that. But is there something on the ground over there? Hi, puppy. Thanks, honey. Hey, Amber. Do I have a backup keyboard? I have my old Ergodox, yeah. Here, we need to, we gotta duplicate this. One sec, chat. Duplicate. Okay. 1 second, 1 second. Oh, Ember, you're leaving? Hey, come here, puppy. Here we go. Hi, good girl. Hey, yeah, hop up. Sorry for, she's got to wear, well, it's a complicated story. She's got a thing that she can't lick right now near her bottom area. So she wears veterinary recommended boxers because they already come pre-prepared with a slit for her tail. Her tail, right? Chat, everyone understands? Okay. So, anyways, so that's why she is in boxers right now. Family friendly stream. Exactly. She's just German Shepherd. Her mom was all black though. So that's why she's kind of got a unique coloring. Hi, puppy. Yeah, what a good girl. Oh. Okay, we can go back to coding. She's almost 2 years actually now. I think it's just the camera angle. She's full size now. She's like 60 pounds for Americans. I don't know how to translate that to kilos. But she still acts sometimes like she's 6 to 7 months. She is like she's the cutest doggo with Neil too. I'll just show. I gotta show off just because you gotta match up with the stereotypes. Not only am I owner of a dog, but I have a young baby, so I gotta talk about him a ton. That's just how life goes. Yeah, good girl. Why isn't this loading? Got my hand soaking wet though, pup. Okay, well apparently photos isn't loading, so we'll have to do that later. No, she's 60 pounds though, for sure. What did I do here? Response. Wait, I don't understand. Couldn't convert the Lua. So what is the type of this guy here? Result, value, and error. But the error is anyhow. Huh, okay. Hey, catch you later, Swastik. Oh, nice. Picture's finally loaded. Okay, well here's a really funny picture. I'll show it in a sec. Oh, this is a good one. This is a good one. We'll get there momentarily. For some reason, it's taking forever to load. All right, so I can just say unwrap here. I don't know, man. This is to do, not unwrap. Okay. I don't think that's what I actually want to do there, but such is life, I guess, right now for me. How is that shit working right now, by the way? Well, after this week, yes, sweet, we got it working again. All right, so I actually don't want to write it like this, though. This is not so good. I think I want to say air, but not to Lua, probably, just dot into. I don't even know what I want to do. I'll just say return Lua nil right now. To do. I don't understand how to do the values correctly. Okay, so that's fine. That's fine. To do. I don't understand how to do the errors correctly right now. Maybe it needs to be something like we can try this, and then I gotta switch to doing some other code. It is an NVim plugin though. Okay. All right, and then I gotta show this really quick too. Okay. I mean, look at how cute this picture is. This is like one of my favorite pictures, guys. Look at these goofballs. Look at these goofballs. Ah, man. Oh, I love that. Oh, and then here's a funny one though of Ember as well. We got a van. Hashtag dad life, right? And we put Ember in the trunk to drive her over to my parents, and she sticks her face through the little hole in the side of the seats between the trunk and the back, and she's just like looking around like that was sort of like half the drive. Oh man, Michigan, man. Yep, I live near Grand Rapids, and my wife went to University of Michigan. All right, Lua error. Runtime error? I don't know. Is that the kind of error that I want? Syntax error, probably not. Runtime error, probably not. Stack error, no. Bind error, to Lua conversion error, from Lua conversion error. User data type mismatch, user data destruction. Callback error, previously resumed. Serialize error, external error. Can be used for uners. Ah, okay. Ah, sweet. Okay, cool. Can I just say something like failed to write value dot into? Is that legal? Arc is not satisfied. Can I then standard error send plus sync. With the baseball cap is only matter time. All right, champ, let's go. I do love living in the Midwest. Yeah, I love where I'm living. I would do that too if I was a dog. Agreed. Oh man. Okay, chat. How do I solve this? Do I have to write? Do I literally have to do like arc new for this? Official control. Ah! I'm gonna fail due to mod. Mismatch types. Arc, then standard string. Do I need to do like arc box? Keep trying to move to the Midwest. We live in Vegas. She's scared of the Midwest natural. What Midwest natural disasters? You don't like have any natural disasters. Like tornadoes? I've literally never seen a tornado in my life. That's the only one that I can think of that people would be. Unless you're just talking about winter. Some people would consider all of winter a natural disaster in the Midwest. I personally like the winter, but I know some people would consider just the whole thing, start to finish. It's one long natural disaster. Tornadoes don't really happen. So how does this actually work? Write format this error. Ref error. Error.into.into. Wait, can I really do that? Into? No. .into. I just have to keep typing .into until it works. How to make a string arc send sync Rust. Oh no, I want this. How to make a static string arc sync Rust. Can I just maybe I just need to do like constant. Maybe I could just do something like this, right? Where I could say like const static stir failed to write. Oops. Well, I want to do failed to write like this, right? Failed to write value. Ups and over here. Delete that. Okay. So what happens if I change inside here and I say failed to write? Dot into. Arc B C string. Can I try this again? Just keep doing dot into. What if I try again? Your dog is so cute. German Shepherds. I love my German Shepherd a lot. Rust syntax is pretty gross. I feel that way sometimes as well. It feels a little hard sometimes, but I don't know, some parts are good. Yeah, I've had to hide in the basement a few times, but nothing ever happened. Yeah, there's been times where I'm supposed to hide, but then I don't do that. What about What about sports team? Zap, nice. Well, I'm just saying, dude, man, like, there are areas that are more likely to get hit by tornadoes than others. Like in Michigan, I don't remember the last time a tornado actually touched it down. Yeah, Minnesota winter season is October to March. Yeah, that can be a thing. Sorry, static Rust syntax arc is gross. Okay, I literally don't know how to make this string be this thing. So failed static str. Can I do I don't know. I don't even know what to Google for this. Expected arc, send, sync. I think I just literally don't know what I'm supposed to do here, right? So I need to make an arc, I'm assuming. New. Tray bound standard error is not satisfied. Required because of the requirements of standard error for string. Required for the cast. Type annotations needed. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. I just want to make an error that says this is bad. This is bad. Rust callback returned error, raising an error as a Lua error. Callbacker? Maybe I should do that instead. Traceback. Stacker, binder. Because I think I want this one, but I don't know. I don't know. User data type mismatch, core team inactive, from Lua conversion. None of those are things that I want, I don't think. Oh, smart. Sometimes it will tell you. That's true. It'll give me a hint. Expected struct arc. Found this. Okay, so I tried that. Arc, new, this. Or arc from. So it's like, yo, that doesn't work. Required standard error. What is a standard error one here? Error debug and display. Sorry. It's into an arc struct. So I just want to, all I want to do is show that I have this error message here. So Lua result is this or an error. An error is one of these things. Derive, debug, to clone. Returning error, external error. Like, where do they make one? To Lua error. Okay, we could try that, right? Can I try this, maybe? Maybe I should try this. Return error failed to write dot to Lua error. Oh, there we go. Okay, just had to poke around in source code a little bit longer. We did it, chat. We did it. I don't know what this does. It seems magic. But I don't care. I'll let them take care of that. First try. Literally first try. Nice. Alright, so we'll change this. This will just break this now. Oops. I know that this will break it. I want it to error. I want to test to see what happens if we get an error. Okay, so I don't get an error message, which I think feels pretty lame. I feel like that's pretty lame. You know? Like, why? Why? Why don't I get a message about it? That part I don't understand. Error encode write value. Whatever. We'll still do this way because this way seems good. Let response. If let okay response. Oops. Else. Okay, we can do this, right? Response is this. Return error. Oops. Error failed to. Oops. To read dot to Lua error. We should just do the same thing here. And then this doesn't need this anymore. What does this return? Lua results. Whoops. Okay. Nice. Oh, what's up, Dota 2? Sweet. So I removed those. But I probably do also want probably also want to put in the actual error message here. Whatever. Alright. That's okay though. This is okay for now. I'm programming in the terminal. I'm in a terminal, Prime. I'm in a terminal. Like in it. It's oh my ZSH. Actually it's Kitty. I don't know if you've heard about it. The GPU acceleration kind of lets me like do this. You know what I mean? Like I'm accelerated. No, actually Kitty, yeah, we don't say alacrity here. That's a naughty word. I don't know. Did you guys hear the beep? I don't know. I think my AI is not working so good. A crappity? Oh man. Hey, thanks for subbing, Prime. You haven't responded to any emails. That's good to know. I think I need to turn on TTS for sub messages. Don't you think? I think we need TTS. I don't know how to do it though. I'll have to look into that later today. I think sub messages should get TTS. That seems fun. It seems dangerous, but it seems fun. You have a terminal node using some sweet kitty feature. Oh dang, that's actually funny because there is one, I think. Why not alacrity? Have you heard of Kitty? Honestly, Kitty just draws things better for me than Alacrity does. Sucky CJK input. I don't know what CJK means. Zap. Hides in WSL. Yeah. I don't care what you use though. You can use Alacrity. I just use Kitty because it draws things pretty. Chinese Japanese screen. Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. Probably notice that I'm running Rust. I've been wondering if the streams actually Dota 2. Why isn't this Extreme 256? Good question. Why not Extreme 256? Yeah, that makes sense, Zap. I don't know about whether that is not. I just didn't want to say anything. Prime, we want to see something cool though? I was like, well, I didn't know what the question mark was for. I don't know what the question mark is for. So see how I'm writing Rust over here? I'm writing Rust, and I've got something like this guy right here. I make some function called get remote hash, Rust code. Well, the cool thing is I can actually call that. Oh shoot, I don't actually know if this is gonna work right now because I just was making a change, but we'll see what happens. I'm calling those functions from Lua right inside NeoVim. Bold, innovative strategies. Bold, innovative strategies right here. So this actually is talking to this Rust process here. Like if I run this again, you'll see that I did another request. So I can actually do something like, instead of head, I actually don't even know, will this work? Sweet, that works too. So I can ask for different commits. I think this is working, right? Yeah. And I could get the contents of source autocommand.c. Is this the ultimate goal of getting Rust into Vim? So I have Rust. You can compile the Rust stuff into a dynamic C library effectively. And so when I require libsg nvim, this is actually a .so file. That's a compiled Lua module. So you can just do this. You can just require it, and then you can just run whatever code you want. So it's not a remote plugin. You can write remote plugins in Rust. That's why you use mlua in your code? Exactly, CKane. Exactly right. So it's not a remote plugin. As long as you have Cargo on your machine and you can build this, or you just download this shared library and drop it in, you'd be able to use it, which is pretty cool. libsg. libsg is this right here, which mostly right now is just these two functions. So I create a Lua table that may look familiar. I set some things on a Lua table, and then I basically export it as a Lua module. So it's a compiled Lua module, and it hooks itself up via the FFI effectively, I think. So we could do something like this: exports.set showing prime is true. I think that'll probably just work. I don't know. plib if true and return. Let's just we'll just short circuit some of this stuff here. So see, look at that, showing prime is true. So this just generates a bunch of code basically, I think, from the Rust side that makes it able to talk to Lua. It's just like how you would generate bindings for different languages, I think. So basically, with Lua, you can write any plugin on Rust, C, C++, Golang, and B library. Exactly right, CKane. Exactly right. In fact, that's what we are currently even doing for some stuff in Telescope, right? Is we write some C libraries. And by we, I just mean Connie, because Connie's a fiend at C. Ah, I see. Like, it seems pretty straightforward on how to use. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know what exactly how this library in particular works. But yeah, it's real cool. So I'm actually doing a lot of crazy stuff inside of this Rust code, right? So I wrote something that can communicate over message pack. And they talk to a local named socket back and forth in Rust, but I can just call the code in Lua. So if I just like pick a random file or a random line here, right? So this is just like this is just from the lines that I get back. So get remote file context. That actually does, it asks a remote process or a local process. Hey, could you get some info for me? It says, sure. It does a GraphQL request out to source graph, gets the response, parses the response, massages that response into something that I want, and then returns a list of lines. You're becoming great at Rust these days. Well, Prime, let me answer your question with another question. Can you read this macro? Because if not, then I am becoming great at Rust. If you can, then I'm still just a scrub. Okay, I'm great at Rust then. Kev Hero, make it happen. So it's actually a pretty cool macro. I use it down here. I can just add more messages to here, and it will handle the different messages. So if I add a new request type, I can just add it right here, and then bada boom, bada bing, it'll generate all the code. That's just mine is finally is a compliment. Yeah, exactly. It's actually the same color scheme, except the background is invisible so that I can be floating and I can be behind the code. Because I'm the man behind the code. I'm the man behind the code. Oh, now you can't see Ember's face, though. Prime, you should read the book. I'll send it to you. Just so I can use it again and then quit. The book is actually helpful. Well, being it though, it's literally the same theme. It's exactly the same theme. It's just that you can't see it right now because I have it invisible. It's literally exactly the same thing. The only thing that's different is the background color. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. You're good. You're good. Oh man, I've been having actually Prime though, in all seriousness, I've been having fun, except I tried to do this async thing yesterday and I spent 2 hours and got nowhere. So besides that part was kind of painful, but I think it was a little too advanced for me. I was trying to do something a bit too complicated. I jumped several steps and I haven't gotten that far in the book yet. Right. I don't think that it was necessarily Rust specific in some ways. But I was not good enough yet to answer the I was not good enough to do the thing yet. Yeah, cool. So this is actually working. Does this actually still work if I do... I haven't even tested this in a little bit. Will this run? Okay, so who is getting this vital stuff? Error while processing function vital of. I don't know why that's happening. Oh, right. Right now, over here, buff read, I'm actually calling get remote file, and I removed that capability. We got to add that back in. Why is Rust so hip? Super interested. You start writing language like C, Go, and Rust. How do you manage learning so fast? You just got to practice. How many hours are you into Rust at this point? That's a good question. Counting reading or not counting reading, Prime? Why is Rust so hip? It has some things that I really like about it. I really like the type system in a lot of ways. Counting reading, of course. Shoot, that's hard to say. I've read probably 200 or 250 pages of the Rust book so far. And I had written a little bit of Rust before. I'd say somewhere between 20 and 40 hours. Maybe 40. We'll say 30 to 40 probably. Reading definitely made a lot of shortcuts. Aren't all languages ultra-complicated versions of C, C++? I don't think so. I think Rust is, in some ways, different. Like, Rust has some fundamental differences. Yeah, I like the type system. Time in the saddle. Time in the saddle. That's such a good... It is such a good way to say it, though. Such a good way to say it. So some parts about it I really enjoyed, actually. There's other parts that I find annoying. And sometimes, as Prime, you've said before, I'm not a huge fan of every aspect of the syntax. Some parts of the syntax just feel blech. Or like, I really have to type all of that? You're telling me I have to type all of that? And the error messages are surprisingly good, but also still sometimes like impossible. Yeah, Neka, the book is, I think, a must do for the language. The book really sets out a lot of the ideas, which gives you a different framework to think about it. Borrow checking, yeah. Otherwise, it just wouldn't make sense at all. Because when you see some of the symbols, you think the symbols are doing something like they do in C, but it's actually not. It's actually not like that at all. So it's very confusing if you're used to C-based languages, especially like memory management in C, and you start doing something and you see like an ampersand and a star, and you're like, oh, I got to do this. And then you're like, it doesn't even work. It doesn't, I don't understand. Why can't I do this? I don't know. It's yelling at me about borrowing and ownership. I don't know what's going on. You just gotta read the book to understand what's going on there. Or just read something about what borrow checking is to understand, because it's different. It's just like a fundamentally different thing. Pointers are tricky, it's cleaning up. Exactly. Smart pointers. Yeah, so I think C++ is getting some things that make it better, right? And that might, you know, appeal to people who like writing C++. Will you pick Go or Rust for something that can be done in both? Totally depends on the project being it. It depends on how many people are working on the project with me as well. As I've talked about before, I think at this point I'm pretty convinced I would rather work on a really large project. I would rather work on a really large consumer project in Go than I would in Rust. For example, if I was working on a really large systems project, I'd probably pick Rust. But if I was working on a large, like, I don't think I would want to write Rust for something where the requirements change a lot and people are going in and out of the company and it's big. Because people will do stuff like this. People will write this, but 1,000 times. And then you have 1,000 of these. This is impossible to maintain. But I'm going to write it every time because I'm like, beautiful Rust. I got to write some macros. I got to write some macros and make things beautiful. And then, sure enough, 6 months later, like no one on the team who wrote the macros are there anymore. And you have to make a change and you have to rewrite the whole module because you like can't get the ownership problems to work. This is not pattern matching in the same. This is magic. This is magic. This part's magic. Okay? There's a book called literally just the Rust book, scuffed content. I can grab it before and show you. It'd be interesting to look to compare the assembly code from C to Rust. You can do that. I think it's called Godbolt is the website, and you can actually compare some of those things. Think Rust has future in the job market in the short term? Yeah, people are getting paid to write Rust right now. Go is great because there's only like 1 or 2 ways. Yeah, so that's why I would say like I would pick Go for certain classes of things to fix because I like that a lot better. What's this appeal of macros? I work with languages, no macros. So recursive, here's an example. This, I'll actually write out exactly what this is. This is exactly the same thing as writing match command, hash message name, print line, we'll just say handling, hash message name, complete. What's up? Okay, sweet. Okay, that's perfect. Yeah. Okay, sweet. Thanks, honey. Oh, Chad, did you hear that? Confirm, chat. Everyone heard it? Took money from my wallet? What's going on? All right, that sounds good. Okay. Yep, love you, honey. I'm going to make a YouTube video. Any better? Yeah. Original macros are obviously bad, but at least they aren't just text replacement. Yeah, like I mean, it's. I mean, these are better than some other kinds of macros, right? But I'm not saying. And then I'll take this guy here. Okay. So this won't compile right now because I s hash with contents. Okay, so this doesn't actually compile because I'm borrowing some things that are broken. But for someone who asks why do you like macros, I can write this code which operates and does some things at a type level. So this is a type, and this is some attribute of the type. I can actually replace those by wherever you see $type. I just sort of substitute these into this location. It's not actually like that because it's not actually text substitution because Rust has hygienic and syntactic macros. That's okay. I understand Rustaceans. Just hold your crabs. This is just to explain why you might like this. Is that the operator? Yeah, so that actually means, so when I do this, I can match a bunch of types inside of here, and then I want to generate these for each match of them. Okay, so that's how I can generate this and this. Oh, Ember, you pulling stuff. Hey, stay, puppy, stay. Are you tangled? You are big tangled. Stay. Oh, goodness gracious. Wait. No. Ember, wait. How did you do that? Oh, wait. Okay. Good girl. So it's not exactly a variadic expression because I can put other things here afterwards. For example, I think if I move this over to here, I can put this here. It's not exactly variadic because I can move this over to here like this. So it's actually that it literally matches this pattern. So it's like literally it's saying, I want to find all the things that look like this. So you can put it anywhere you want. It's a match. And it has its own little syntax for this. But I don't like the way that looks. Could you put something in the array that doesn't match? Sure, if I just put some like random type in here, like string, it'll say, yo, dog, you can't do that. This thing doesn't have these things. Or if I didn't have a comma between these, it would say we have no matching rule. I think I could even probably just do it like this. I don't even know. Will this match? Yeah, so I think that kind of works. I can do it without a comma, but it looks really weird without a comma. I prefer to have the comma. So you can like you're matching it in like a much more complicated way than what you would do inside of like C, for example, and you can write different expressions based on what you pass in, etc. So anyways, this is just an example of why you might want to use macro, because this means if I want to change how the logging or printing or anything works in these handling, I can just change it in one spot and it gets changed to be the same everywhere, which is nice. I think Anthony actually looks at specifications of some of those. Hence why print line is a macro. Exactly right. Naka, yep. Yeah, Rust doesn't have variadic functions. That's true. There is a crate called cargo expand to see expansion result. Yeah, that probably is true. I was just showing, it doesn't really matter. This was just an example of how you can use it and why I think it's pretty cool. And I enjoy that part. For personal projects where I don't have to work with other people and they don't change my macros and they don't write their own. I'm not as convinced that I would want to work with 100 separate people doing this. I mean, sure, at least like type checks and everything and all that kind of stuff, right? And there's some limited things that you can do, but I'm not convinced that I would want to do this instead of having to write the same 5 lines in a bunch of places and go. Like, I think I'd probably rather write the same 5 lines if I have 1,000, like if I have 100 other people working, or like in Prime's case, like he has 1,000 or tens of thousands of engineers, who knows? But that's just only one thing. This is just macros. There's a ton of other language features as well in Rust that I think would make it complicated to use with other people. So like, I think the type system is awesome, but I think it's also pretty easy then to maybe like abuse or get stuck with all these complicated types or all these complicated ways types are interacting with each other or blah, blah, blah. And it's like, sometimes you just want to like pass around a string to a bunch of places and that's all. And that's like good enough. And maybe that's what you actually want in your company, instead of having to spend a week deciding on like a type system for a feature that's going to change in 3 months, which is how like working for a lot of companies actually happens. Right? Like, it is not so much that your type system that you start off with 6 months ago is the same today as it was what you thought it was going to be then. That's why we like bytecoding. That's why we like the book refactoring. Right. Yes, and you need to try something out to see if it's actually good or things like that. As I learned from looking at 10-month-old code, you actually don't even want your 10-month-old code in production. Yeah. Yes, and NECA, as you pointed out, there are like restrictions to Rust type system that make it harder. Like sometimes you'd just like to have like a union and just write like a union type and just like, it's this or that. And that doesn't really just like work, you know? Yes, it does force people to do that if they're never going to use unsafe, which you can't guarantee necessarily for people on other teams, or things like that. But yeah, you do have union. It's just unsafe. Exactly. That's my point. Is I'm saying, you know, if you're going to write some of those things, sometimes maybe you want to do other things. I like enum. But sometimes you don't want to, I'm just saying, sometimes you don't want to spend all that time to do those things, right? You may want to do something else in a large company that's moving more quickly, that has changing requirements. And I'm not convinced like I would want to write Rust in that situation. There are large companies where maybe that's not the case. I do like enums over bools. Yeah. I'm just saying that Rust isn't the answer to everything. I know it's sacrilege to be programming Rust on Twitch and say that, but I'm a programmer in a terminal. I'm safe from you, chat. You can't hurt me. I'm in the terminal. I do really like some types though. Well, this is why like I'm gonna write my new Vim 9 script parser in Rust, I think, or at least attempt to for a little bit, is because I actually want to leverage the type system to help me a lot. I want to use the type system to do that and help me. So that was a long talk that I didn't write any code for. You think the time investment of learning Rust was worth it for you? I don't know. I've only spent like almost no time learning it. I'm just having fun. Yeah, Dirk, exactly right. That's literally exactly what I was thinking. Is I'm gonna make an AST. I want to handle all the cases. Let's do that. Pretty sure as Kitty Terminal, you're not safe from other predators. This is Lion Terminal. I upgraded. Some of the boy players annoy me sometimes. Yeah, that's true. There's. So Dota 2. I mean, like, I'm just having fun learning Rust. So of course it's worth it for me right now. I'm just having fun. I just want to learn new things. Get some time in the saddle, as Prime would say, right? Like, I just wanted to test it out for a little bit. I barely even scratched the surface. I barely even have written Rust, you know? In the scheme of my life, Lord willing, I live for a while longer still, you know? I hope I get to write lots more code. Oh, Ember's back. Good girl. Oops, wrong way. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Don't tell me Prime memed me. Oh, no. Oh, awesome, SEO. Very cool. You need to spend more time on stuff that isn't built, such as just for fun. I'll give it an upvote. Do people upvote these for real? Prime, tweet this already. I gotta log in. Prime goes quiet. He's writing a G's meme or one of his 4+ kids. I like how it's 4+. It's like unclear. We're never really sure. I mean, supposedly you got the snip. Everyone give it the old snip. But yeah, 4+. I like that. Oh man. All right, chat. Okay. I gotta check some messages here. Sorry. I gotta read some Slack messages. Okay, that's fine. That's whatever. Okay, I think so this actually doesn't work, because we haven't implemented this yet, right? Because we're not sending this over. We need to add a new type of message here. There's got to be some way that I can think about doing this more simply, but that's fine. It was a misunderstanding. Sure. That's what they all say. Sure. We can just turn everything into one-liners too. This is the Rust way to do things, right? You don't make any other variables. Oh, man, you guys can't see Ember at all. All you see is... You can see her cute face here. There we go. Alright, I think it's time for us to write some Go. You look like you have crazy fast typing speed. Well, let me introduce you to the Primeagen. My words per minute is my APM. My APM's low, but my WPM is high. My words per minute is probably like, I don't know. It super depends. On boring, easy text stuff is like maybe 120 to 140. All right, this is broken currently, but that's okay. We got it. We got to stop. We got to stop. Otherwise, I'm just gonna do this all day. A bunch of improvements to messages. So that's okay. I want to go where? Yeah, low 100s. Yeah. All right. LDAV Go implementations. Yeah, unfortunately, she's got a sore area that she's not allowed to lick. So this is it was either this or the cone of shame. So this is the non-cone of shame strategy. What? So that makes it so that she can't lick where she's got a sore. So I know. Don't talk about that. What's up, puppy? You just did stuff. She could reach out from that far. Yeah, she's got really good eyesight. Really good eyesight. Yeah, for real. Go back to writing Rust. Go back to writing Rust. Don't write Go. Spirit and smell. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's pretty incredible, actually. Implementations. I wanted to check this out. Implementations. I can't type. Amber. Hey, what you doing? What you doing? All right. Viewer numbers are going to plummet to 14 because no longer writing Rust. Riot's happening right now. Okay, apparently, she needs to go outside. So I'll take her outside and then I'll be right back, chat. Yeah, you're not wrong there. You're not wrong. Okay, bye. I'll be right back. Outside cam? I should. Well, you know, if this won't work. There's no chance this will work. Let's see though. Let's see. Prime, how am I supposed to fix this? Okay, I don't know how to fix it. There's no way it's gonna work to point outside. There's just no way that it's gonna work, right? Well, maybe you'll be able to see her. I'll be back, chat. I'll switch it back to the main mode. We'll see. What's up, chat? Could you guys see? It worked. Could you see anything at all or no? 5 counting Rockstar. Yeah, exactly. All right, let me fix this and then we'll get code in again. Grow Ember. Okay, here's that. Oh, couldn't see. Bummer. I had her come play in front of the. What? There's a hole. Really bright out today or something. This is why I need a green wall. A green wall would make this so much better. Alright. Normally this is like here. Why is this so... Oh, because this is just off. There we go. Okay. Do. Okay, Amber, up. Come on, just sit down. All right. So today, we've been working on this pretty sweet feature for Golang. It is a German Shepherd. Yep. She's finding all the crumbs of the treat I gave her. We've been working on this pretty sweet feature. Go to implementations in Sourcegraph, so that you can go to the implementation of various things, and we're prototyping it in Go first. I think we'll just kind of do this. Amber, what you doing, pup? Guess she doesn't want to say hi. Hey, catch you later, CK. So, yeah, so that's really cool because this will let you do things like if you have some interface, which I think we've got something in like our test data here, probably. In Go, right, it's kind of like duck typing. So you have an interface and you've got some struct and it implements F1. I can press go to implementation and it'll go here. And this go to implementations will show all the places that F1 happens. But those are not... there's nothing in the syntax that tells you ahead of time. You have to like calculate that basically and find out which things match. So for Go, it's pretty cool. And in like some projects, like in our main repo, let me try and think, like else if store. I think we've got store here. This is an interface or no? One of these I think is an interface, right? Or no? What's the one that I'm thinking of? I'm trying to think. We had some tests where else if store mock stores. Maybe this guy. Mock stores. What is this? I don't know. It doesn't really matter. I can't think of the one that I was thinking of. But there's some really cool cases in our code base where you don't have the actual links, but you want to go to the interfaces that implement those. So that's what we've been working on. And it's working, like, surprisingly well, which is pretty cool. So you can actually do this and get the implementations from different... even across different repos, which is really interesting. I don't know. I don't think we have any. Let me write something in Slack to see if I've got any examples. Okay, no. Stuff. Running. Okay. All right, cool. If your second term will kick it out, please blink twice. Nope. I choose to be here. I choose to be here. No one's making me be here. So yeah, so that's what we've been doing. So what I want to try and do actually is see if I can the dep packages. Okay, so this package.packages. Okay, so maybe I actually don't want to do that. Load cached dep packages. Load. Nice. Okay, that's good. That's good. Project root to duplicate. Okay, so maybe I should already have do have these per project root. Project root. Oh no, this is project root. Package load config patterns. I was trying. I think we'll need to do this list dependency. Deps is a list of strings. I'd almost like to do each of these independently. I think we already have this. Is this new? Don't we already have the dependencies? Dependencies string go module. To do, I think we can just use this. All right, so me and my coworker Chris have been working on this PR, so I haven't checked exactly where the PR is at in a few days because I was working on some other stuff. So I'm just figuring out where he's sort of at the moment. I am trying to figure out what I want to do is currently we have emit implementations here. What we do is we actually loop over all of the remote, so those are non-project local dependencies. We loop over all of those just in sort of sequence, I guess. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to do them in parallel because they're independent of each other. Because we're making a graph only from your current project. There can only be links sort of one directional. They can't be between your different dependencies. Those have to happen in a different place. At least the way that we're writing the implementations right now. So given that, what I'd like to do is I would like to try and make the concrete or the remote stuff run independently. So first thing I actually want to do though, I think, do I still have time in here or no? All right, so start local time now and line oops, actually here local time time dot what since I think is the thing I'm looking for. Start local. I can do the same thing here except it's local remote. Wait, did I accidentally add one? Tell me, did I copy it? Oh, I copied one too many things. Okay, that makes more sense now, because I was like, I should only have 4 of these. Oops. Okay, So this will at least let me know how long it takes for local versus remote. I'm just interested in the breakdown of that. So we can just go ahead and hop into, I think this was one of them. Yeah, and let's go ahead and go build this. And if I do else if go impl, no animation. Let's see how long this takes. Actually, I have no idea how long this is going to take. And it looks like I'm just floating in the void when we're in my terminal, doesn't it? AWS SDK-Go V1, by the way. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean, Oscar. This is just a large Go project that we use sometimes to do basically some performance testing style things. Just to make sure we didn't do anything real bad. Okay, so 600 seconds in 1 second. Really? Okay. Maybe it's not even worthwhile. Ah, gotcha, Oscar. Gotcha. Let me go to like, let's just go here. We'll just run the same thing. My guess is that there's not really going to be, maybe it won't even be worth it. Maybe we shouldn't even try. If like the only difference is 1 second, it might not be worth the added complexity of writing it in some way that does parallelization. Like, oh cool, you shaved off half a second on 20 seconds. I mean, sure, that's good, but like this isn't a front-end user kind of situation. It's just like a, it just runs like in CI basically, right? But Go routines are cheap. It's true, but the complexity of rewriting something to use Go routines may not be worthwhile. Channels for everything. It seems like our actual biggest problem is probably loading the packages, which doesn't surprise me because we have to go through and we have to load all the dependencies of your project to get all of the structs, basically. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Not safe. First thing we do with Go, not safe. This problem does not exist in Rust. True, it just panics. Inbound headers are nil pointer. So where do we go? Make moniker package. Moniker 191. This can return nothing. Really? I wonder under what circumstance that happens. I suppose it'll happen again. I'm just gonna check this and then I'll check one other thing with this as well. Man, this takes forever. We'll see if this is the problem. There's some weird thing that happens that I haven't been able to figure out with this, where there's something about the way that the Go internal tooling Build constraints exclude all Go files. Failed to load package. Oh, well, that's interesting. I should send this one too. Love a good segfault in the morning. It's true. Okay, that's kind of weird. I don't know what that is. We'll have to check some of these out. All right, so let's check out this first one. Where were we? Here we go. So it's possible that Obj doesn't have a package. Make moniker package. If package is nil, oh no, obj return nil package. Okay. We can see why that's happening, and maybe we'll try and set up debugging for this. I don't know how much debugging will slow things down. If it'll make loading packages take 5 times as long, and then we'll just be bonus sad, or what? We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Oh no. Error string. It doesn't have a package, really. Invalid memory address or no pointer. 232. Probably somewhere where I put that this needs obj package. We're just using obj package several places. Qualify function with receiver. Make moniker identifier. Wait, why don't we have Go version? Which Go? Go version. Okay, so it's the same Go. So the package is nil. That's pretty interesting. So package, type package, p package, p.package. I don't actually know. So package describes a Go package. So I don't know why this would be nil, right? So we're saying this error string. So it's a function, it doesn't have a package. Call with the receiver, indicator, and its path. Okay. Let's do path. Package path obj. We'll just yoink this. Func package path obj, which is object like. Returns a string. I literally don't even know how to write Go now. Oh no, this is a problem, chat. If package equals nil, we'll just write this. Package name is package path obj. Oh, I don't. Oh man, just a there's nothing. I'm literally trying to write Rust. Like I'm putting Well, this is how you say what a function signature is. Where do I put colons again? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, no, no. Dot package, dot path. We should probably basically switch every place that we do this. If this is an actual issue, then we'll try that. Implicit return. Go doesn't have implicit returns. Or, oh, you're saying I wrote an implicit return? No, I knew that that one wasn't a return. I just wanted to keep my my code around. I haven't gone that far. I haven't gone that far down the rustation path. Okay, so we get it's literally just this guy? It's literally just this guy. I don't even know. Who are you? Who are you, function without a package? Who are you? We should go ahead and put returns if you have a named return var. Mm-hmm. I can see that. I can see that. Named return vars are also kind of weird. I don't know. Just one of those things where you're like, it's just kind of confusing. It doesn't seem very Go-ish. That's what I was thinking. Wish it didn't have. That's what I was thinking. It just feels kind of weird that it even exists. I literally don't understand. Obj dot. Name pass string type. Obj dot. Position. But this won't tell me anything because I don't have f set or anything inside here. I don't even know how to wish goat. I like it. I think it's fun. I think it's a pretty good language for some cases. Can't spell goofy without go. True. That's true. You've got a point there. I don't think there's any comebacks for that. So it doesn't even have a position. Where is this coming from? Okay, that doesn't make any sense. How can it not come from anywhere? And there's just one function? I do not understand. My favorite Go feature is that pseudocode algorithms from books compile without modification. Yeah, Oscar, that's been my main point as well. I like writing on it in larger teams. You can design it in such a way that, or design your APIs and stuff to make it not have some of these problems. Like some of the problems. I'm not saying I like everything written in Go. Obviously, that would be a dumb statement. Make moniker identifier. Make moniker package. Make moniker package. Make moniker identifier. What even, where does this even get used? Make moniker package. I don't really understand. It's just very confusing. I might have to ask later about that part. I don't want to go too far down that rabbit trail in case there's something. Oh, sorry, not working on that anymore. Commands, edits, project, working on else if go. Text document / implementation or else if go. There we go. I know when Ruskin discovered Saturday. Yeah, I mean Saturday's it's very cool. It's very cool. The annotations are sometimes nice, sometimes kind of weird. I don't know. It's another thing that's kind of like, I don't know. It seems kind of cool, but at other times it seems terrible. I haven't decided what my feelings are on annotations. Error. Maybe because there is no... That doesn't make sense though. Build, go, source. Func error. Dot error. Oh, that is so nice. Good job. Huh. Func.star error. Nothing? Where does this interface get defined? Type error interface. Runtime error. This gets defined in built-in.go. The heck are these things? Package built-in provide documentation for Go's pre-declared identifiers. Items documented here are not actually in package built-in, but their descriptions here allow GoDoc to present documentation. Oh, some weirdo hacks for this? Yeah, but isn't that kind of the point? I thought, Alex, the point is that it's obvious that you're handling an error. Yeah, this is secret Go compiler land. The error built-in interface is the conventional interface representing an error condition with nil value, representing no error. Yeah, but that's like I don't think. Sure, I don't. Just saying, like Rust does it better with enums. Would Go even be Go if you added enum types to it? I don't know. I mean, I would like them. I'm not saying I wouldn't like to have enums. I would like having them. Does it match with what their stated goals of the language are? Now, whether you think they're actually achieving those goals, That's a separate story from whether it matches what their goals are, right? I mean, I'm just, you know what do you understand what I'm saying? Still better than exceptions, yeah. So, right, so probably make it way more annoying to a lot of Go devs. Right, so I understand. Okay, we started reading the article today. Go isn't simple, blah blah. I understand. I'm okay, sure. But its stated goal is that it is trying to be simple. Hedgehog, it's going great. It's going great. I'm having a great day. Is that the article? I don't know. Is this by Amos? I don't know who this is. Someone just... Oh, yeah. There you go. Right now, we're looking at Go. We're building something to do implementations in Go. I knew that it was too long to read on stream. We just looked at it. Sad Go uses camel case. I like camel case. As the Pythoner inside of me. I don't like that they use it for everything though. Like I don't know. I think it's just because I grew up when I was 21 learning how to program for the first time. I like the way Python does names, I guess. Hi, Pick. So this doesn't have a package because it's part of the Go standard lib. Should I just say that this is standard, I guess? I like the way Python names things, you know? I know saying something good about Python is going to get me canceled off Twitch, but I'm not afraid to say it, okay? Just because I wrote Rust earlier doesn't mean that I have to think everything else is the worst thing. Sorry, chat. Python good in 2021? Oh man, I know, that's what it feels like sometimes, doesn't it? You say something good about Python, people are like, you must not be a programmer. You must not be a programmer. But that's okay. I still like writing Python. I haven't done very much of it lately, but I still enjoy it as a lang. If I were... Yeah, I'll paste it. Multiple language paradigms is handy, yeah. Yeah, I like Python if you have MyPy set up for the project, and MyPy failing means you can't push. I also don't know that I would like it as much for really large projects with lots of people. But I like it for decent sized projects, maybe with like a few people. That was my previous startup. I wrote a lot of Django stuff and I had tons of fun, man. I just had tons of fun writing Python. And sometimes I let myself get carried away with the expressiveness of the language. That's true. It leads you into sometimes places that they're not as maintainable. I understand. But it was really fun to write. I had a good time with it. Python 3, obviously, with type hints and a really good setup for your tools for making sure that you can't nothing can pass if your type checkers fail, is like pretty good. It's not as safe as Rust. I'll admit it, Chad. I understand it's not as safe as Rust, but it also, I feel like 1,000 times faster. at writing code. Not just like 2 times faster or 3. I just feel like I could write a whole thing really fast. Is it as blazingly fast as Rust? I don't know. I've never had the chance to compare them. I'm always done with my project in Python before I can get anything to compile in Rust. So it's a little hard to actually do a performance comparison. Someday I'll finish a project in Rust and then I'll be able to tell you. Yes, Neka, that is not a good situation. Agreed. That is not very fun. Your Python program works, but is it written in Rust? Yo, bro, who got you smiling like that? All you guys got me smiling. Jay, y'all make me laugh. I love hanging out. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for the sub. I really appreciate it. Pick always makes me laugh. Pick's gonna play Age of Empires 3 with me sometime soon. Except Pick, for some reason, so mine, I can't like find anybody online anymore on Linux. So maybe I need to figure out how to boot into Windows to play with you. And all my current intro with Python had changed to manage project. I went full typing with Pyrite and other tools. Great experience. Yeah. I feel like it's a completely different setup when you have that. And what's cool is like your auto completes better. There's so many things that just like work magically better when you start writing types in Python. Okay, I still don't know how this could happen though. This part kind of confuses me. Whoops. Okay. Package storage is object long. Nil for labels and objects in the universe scope. Universe scope. Golang universe scope. I don't even know exactly. Whoops. Golang universe scope. Universe.go. The universe scope and the unsafe package. Oh, so maybe I should just say that it's universe? Because so that must be in universe. Interesting. I wonder what this page looks like on SourceGraph. Like, can I go to this? Do we actually parse this? Oh, hey, we do. Very cool. I mean, obviously I knew that. Obviously I knew it would work on SourceGraph. There's no confusion there. I mean, obviously the product's perfect and everything's exactly the way that you would hope that it would be. Hashtag ad. Oh, man. It's going to get me back into playing StarCraft. Yeah, I like RTSs quite a bit. It's a lot of fun. Yep, exactly. That when you can force everyone to behave, Python's a lot better. It's easier if the language forces everyone to behave. You know, like in Rust, you don't have an option. Even in Go, to some extent, you don't. Yeah, like, but you know, in Python, it's possible to basically end up with this sad state of affairs where people aren't doing what you want them to be. Till you end up calling some old thing to raise the section also, and all bets are off. Yes, that's a problem. Oh, nice. Very cool, Nika. Your work is awesome. Yagla, great to see you. Unortha Dev, nice. He said the Rust word. He said it. Say the word. Is there error in this thing? Universe error. Look up error. Type error interface. Wow, really? It would be... Alright, here's a... Say the word! That's exactly the one I was thinking of, Hedgehog. Crablang! Pog slide! Okay, here's a question, chat. If you clicked on error.error, right? I think you'd rather go to probably built-in, right? And inside of here, you'd go to error. You'd probably rather go to this, right? LSP go to that takes you to built-in.go. Okay, well that's good to know, Oscar. That's good to know. That's good to know. I was just thinking it would be kind of crazy to take you to like, what if we showed you that both of these... How crazy would it be to do this? To take you here. Hey, catch you later, Alex. What if it took you down to Paradise City? That's a great question. See, here's the problem. Token.no-pos. These absolute goofs. These absolute goofs put token.no-pos in here. I can't go there. Where the types are green and the interface is pretty. Where CI is green, right? And the interfaces are pretty. Speaking of CI, has everyone watched my hashtag ad YouTube short? Chad, it would mean a lot to me. Well, wait, I don't think I want to. I don't want to show you. It would mean a lot to me if you all watch my hashtag ad YouTube short. Well, the YouTube short's not an ad. I'm hashtag adding right now by saying you should watch it. Oh, awesome, Hedgehog. Oh, the short is just content. Yeah, exactly. No ads in the short. It's just an ad that I'm talking about it. Dang. I've gotten -1 subscribers from the video. Do people not like it? Oh, that's funny. I didn't even know that I could find that out. Oh, that's cool. Probably a cat person. Chat, it's always appreciated to boost the analytics. This short's so funny, I just gotta watch it again. To be perfectly honest, chat, I've probably watched it I don't know how many times. I'll just be honest, I think I've watched it a lot of times. I might be half the views. It's unclear. I was just dying while me and Luke were thinking of the video we could make from it. We were just having a good time. Man. Can't help myself. I'll put it on loop in the background. Nice. Only thing better than the video is rustling itself. If that's not a comment in the video in the next 30 seconds, Hedgehog, I'll be disappointed. Alright, so we definitely don't want to take them to here, but this is why this is happening. This is really interesting to know about, just Golang in general. But, okay, so that's cool. Can anybody just call new type name? Is this an exported thing? Can I just call this? That doesn't seem like you should be able to do this, right? Surely I can't just call a new type name. That seems like it would be really, like, busted. Testing 1, 2, 3. Can I just do that? Surely that can't be a thing. Can I just dynamically create types? Yeah, but I didn't know if it was an internal package inside of Golang. You know what I mean, Henry? I wasn't sure if like it was hidden behind some other internal or something. Because this just seems not... This seems like I shouldn't be able to use this, right? Oops. This seems unsafe. What? What do you think of Elixir? I've never really looked at it seriously. It seems interesting, though. Like some of the concepts that I read about from it generally. I think it's for building the Go binary itself, not reflecting the current package. I don't know, man. Types can be recursive. We need to set up a stub declaration. That sure seems like someone's literally using it. Like, what is this? Oh, but this is all inside of here. I don't actually want something. Can I do minus file vendor? Oops. Okay. Plugin. Going to go out of GraphQL servers without any fuss. I have not service curse schema like this. You need to tell GQL and should only fetch. That sure looks like it's generating stuff. Right? That sure looks like this thing's going to generate types. Referencing a generated interface type. Oh, so does this just generate new code? What do they even do with this? Mutate config, binder. They make a bunch of these types, right? I'm getting hungry. Templates of render. Render snap traction. I don't know. We might be. I don't know. I haven't played a ton with our GraphQL side on the back end in terms of like actually fetching the messages or not. There's a few layers of abstraction between me and where a bunch of those things happen. So it's possible. It's possible that we are. I have literally no idea how people are using this. But that seems, it just seems crazy. New structure return the new structure with the given fields and corresponding field tags. So you totally could just generate new ones of these on the fly. New struck returns a new struck with the given fields corresponding field tags. If a field in an index I has tags, I consequently no field has tags may be no. Can I just turn Go into Python? Oh. Oh, I keep forgetting that when I'm here, I disappear. I'm gone. I'm gone when I'm in that mode. Hello, chat. Creatable through the current time. Okay, that's fine. Either that's we don't actually need to use it. I was just interested to know. I was like, can I just? There's some type checking coach. Okay, I believe you, Oscar. I'm like really hungry. Let me be back in a second, see if Kayleen's back or if we have food. I at least need a snack. I'm hungry. My sound's like partially see-through. Alrighty. Do 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 do. All right. Yes, doggo is girl. Her name is Ember. Ember, like the embers of a flame, because she's red and black. Alrighty. So, you know what we probably should do is we should go check out how does Go Please take you to that definition in built-in? Because that's kind of crazy that it does that. I don't know how it does, but we'll check that out. Okay, let's do that. I always forget where that is though. Here we go. Come. Well, that's not what I want to do. Oh, that's not it. That's not it. I was trying to figure out, like, where would they do something like built-in? Interesting. So this is inside of him. Oops. Ties that universe. That lookup error. Oh, interesting. I wonder what that returns. I just bought it from a dude on Reddit. I can give you the link later, Yagua, if you want. Because I'll have to go track it down. Maybe just DM me on Twitter, so I'll remember to send it to you later. It should be. I keep telling him I want to partner with them. Kind of interesting to figure out if I need to do this. This is pretty cool. Sweet. Like I said, DM me and I'll remember to do that later. Huh, interesting. Very interesting. It's super easy. That's literally all the music that I listen to on stream. No problem. So we can try this universe. Oh man. Uh-oh, Connie. After all the making fun of me. Thanks, Oscar. This is for the same project we were talking about before. Is this your B-Tree one? Or is it a different one? I forgot which one you said. I never made fun of us on Twitter, though. Dang. That's actually a serious burn. He actually wrecked me. The DB thing. Yeah. Oh, sweet. Look at you running cargo commands. Very cool. What does this return? Types.object. Universe object. Sweet. Yeah, I'm having quite a bit of fun writing it as well. I'm quite excited to work on the Vim 9 script thing. Pretty excited about that. Is that didn't work? Oh, not shoot, obj.name. Oh, I'm dumb. Dumb. Oh, wait, did that just die? Oh, yeah, of course it died because I called it on something that's nil. What's up, fix this? Loved the, that tweet. That was really funny. Quasar, back with the Prime sub. Dang, thanks. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alright. Looking up error. But it doesn't exist. Because it's the function. Because it's error dot error. How do I... D name string, no. Okay, so I need some way to look up. Let's say instead I just said that this was error. That's actually not gonna do what we really want it to do. But we can just run this to see. Probably what we should do is I should just debug this and then stop here and we can try evaluating some stuff. But I'm eating, so that's kind of hard. That's a little tough. Beautiful. So, hello, probably sleeping. So I actually do know something about... I can ask something about this type, right? I know that it's a function. In this case, not necessarily all the time, but in this case. Oh, switch. That's what I mean to say. I always forget the syntax. I think this is the case. I don't need to use this. We'll just print them all out right now. V dot parent. I don't know if parent's the right thing. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Sleeping. I would say you can probably do that with, well, for your LSP, you should make sure that the command for the LSP that you use to launch it in your setup is corresponding to whatever the current Python env is. Mr. Fix, is Ergodox EZ worth it? I want to buy one. I liked Ergodox EZ a lot. I actually moved on to using the Dactyl now, and I liked Dactyl. Hey, due to my NVIM NG stopped working, stalling from a steer. I don't know what you just what you're even. I don't know. I have no idea what you're asking, Prim. That's another good point. Depends on your Python LSP, though. Some of them you may have to give them information about the virtual environment. I really don't know very much about Conda. I never really used Conda that much. Oh, whoops, I didn't. That's okay. Okay, so it still did go inside here, so that's good. Depths. How do I... Let's look up where we... I wonder if this will speed us up a bunch. Interesting, okay. Well. Very interesting. I wonder if I can replicate this. On something a bit smaller. So we're gonna have small go. Small. Type. Foo. Struct. Func. Foo. Error. String. Return nil. Oh wait. Hello? I don't even know. Does this make it an error? Example. Okay, so I can do that. So that's not what causes it? Oops. Oops. Huh. Oh. Koopa, it's because we were doing this earlier. And I'm behind the code right now. It's a dangerous game, Jersey. Amber, I think it varies a lot. Hoomstuntev. Like the name. Basil. We are working on implementations for ElseIf Go, which is a thing we use at my work called Sourcegraph. Yeah. I mean, we use like GitHub Actions as well. I don't know. I'm just the man stuck inside NeoVim. Same Jersey, except that I don't like the taste of beer, wine, or whiskey. How do you execute it in GitOps fashion? Like, how would I run it locally? We use BuildKite. I don't know a whole lot about it, honestly. How can I find who is even the why? Like, why is this even happening? I don't think this will show up. Tune in, saw Go Day ruined. Nosedive, you missed it. We literally programmed Rust for like 2.5 or 3 hours almost. You missed it. You missed it. I was actually feeling like, you know, I kind of know a few things, which is pretty cool. That was pretty cool. I felt like I knew a few things. We'll probably do more later. Bonk 1, bonk 3, 10, 18. So where are we at 10, 18 there? Mit implementation moniker 2.ekg 2 method dot opt. So if two method dot obj dot package was nil, panic, die sooner. See if that works. My Ender Alchemy's been stopped working. What plugins are you using, Prime? Yeah, it's free for open source. For now. We'll see. If your project is a crypto mining project and in CI you test that it's working, would it be allowed to run that in GitHub Actions if it's free? That's kind of my question. You know? Is that some big brain thinking or what? I'd like to get some free crypto courtesy of Microsoft. Okay, cool. So we do die here. That's good. All right. So that's helpful. So I do know that it's happening right here. Which one would be if all crypto would even belong to? Oh, if the crypto would even belong. NVIM LSP complete. I have no idea. No idea then. You should file an issue. That would be my first starting after you've tried updating and reading anything in their like notes or change log or anything like that. Okay, so the problem is that this guy doesn't have this package. It's a method. Okay, so it's a method. So here I wonder if I can do this. Types.universe. Lookup. Aim method range from methods by name. 2 dot package. Package not name is the package. No. Ident methods. No idea if this is going to work, but it's always interesting to try out. So this doesn't find it in this case, I don't think. Oh, I actually wanted to know, right, the other thing that I wanted to check out was where is this die? Local from, or from, from. Okay, we'll try this. Alright, I'll probably be done kind of soon though, because I'm getting a little tired. I've been streaming for 5 hours already. Time flies when you're writing Rust, you know? Mostly because you want to trick yourself into thinking you're productive, but you haven't gotten anything done. But besides that, you know. Oh, got him. All right, so this is good. They're dying sooner. I thought I should have actually printed out some of this other stuff too. The problem is I don't know. So this is a useless one. Okay, this is useless. From dot right. Def info. What's inside of def info again? No, none of those are helpful. None of those are helpful. Dot string. Alright, we'll try this. We'll run this one more time, and then we'll probably quit. Whoops. Time truly flies. You fight with the bar check for 1 hour, then you wait for Project File for another hour. Soon we'll be able to do Hello World. I hope. True. I have unsafe code ever in my code. Connie, I've been too scared to even type unsafe. I literally haven't even typed the words unsafe. I'm too scared. I'm too scared. I hear an internet mob will come after you. Isn't that what happened to Actix? Very, very friendly and nice, nice community there. Change set not mergeable. Okay, cool. This isn't inside of here? Ah, wrong project, of course. Why does this do that? So like, why does this do it? But small go does not. That's what I want to know. Then maybe it's where it gets used. Could I ask why I prefer pull? Wait, I'm getting a little confused. The only table I was looking at standard pointer copy non-overlapping, which is meant copy. Just swapped SSRs, which makes this function even more unsafe. Alright, okay, let's try this. Also go with this. Weird. I don't understand how is it happening here? How is it happening here with this guy? Totally safe transmute. Interesting. Air Expert. From Air Expert. Type Air Expert struct. Oops. Go dot mod. Oh, right. That's not gonna work. Of course that's not gonna work. This is internal. Okay, that's fine. Maybe I need to make this go 1.17. Huh. See, that's what I don't understand here. Alright, that's okay. I will have to do this another time. I gotta take a break for a little bit, walk around, etc. You know how it goes, chat. It's important to stretch your legs and hang out and do a few things in between coding. So we'll raid somebody. Prime is in crypto. That's a channel? Oh, let's get him in second place, chat. Let's put him in second place. Pog slide. Get your pog slides. Chat, call a friend. We need one more viewer in here. You know Prime wants us to have one more viewer. Call a friend, log in on a different screen, do something. We're literally one viewer away from Prime's favorite number. Don't do this to him. Hello? Anybody out there? We're gonna wait. We're gonna wait it out and hope that it happens. We're gonna wait it out. Come on. Come on. We just need one more person for Prime to be happy. We wanna make him smile. Doo-dee-doo-doo. Yeah, I was thinking about doing the music channel too, since, you know, we're breaking out into other kinds of things, like Prime, you know. He's in crypto now, I'm in music, things like that. Feels bad, man. I don't think we're gonna make it. And before somebody leaves and it's all ruined. I know. 5 seconds left. I wonder if I log in. And I look at myself. Do I count as a viewer? Wait, did we raid?
I bet you there's something sweet.
Oh, okay, that's it.
Raiding party!